Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will soon begin with session 4 of the 2022 Korea Maritime Week. So please take your seats. And also, just like we have been doing so far in the past 2 days, the session is going to be moderated in English, so feel free to use your interpretation devices. Channel 1 is for English into Korean, and Channel 2 is for Korean into English. I would also like you to please turn off your cell phones or put them into silent mode. Thank you very much. We're going to soon begin at 9:30 with session 4. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Session 4 of the 2022 Korea Maritime Week will soon begin. Please take your seats now and get ready for our session 4. And also, please make sure that your cell phones are turned off or put into silent mode. If you need interpretation, you'll find receivers on the table. Channel 1 is for English into Korean, and Channel 2 is for Korean into English. We will soon begin, so please be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session 4 of the 2022 Korea Maritime Week. It's a great honor to be your MC for this 3-day event. Allow me to introduce myself, although probably many of you recognize me already. My name is Soa Kwon, and again, it's my pleasure to be moderating this event. And we have indeed already come to our last day on which we hold our fourth session with topics to be addressed on oceans navigation, maritime digital routes, and more under the broader topic of maritime digital. I would like to ask you for your continuous interest until the very end of our program. So, to start us off, let's welcome our first speaker, Jae Kim, Senior Deputy Director of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. And the presentation is going to be on Korea e-navigation. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 이거 눌러주세요. 네, 여기 보고 하시면 돼요. 예, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jae Kim. I am from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. I am going to make presentation about e-navigation. We have actually developed the Korean e-navigation, which is now being provided, the services provided to the public. E-navigation concept first started from IMO. So I would like to introduce how e-navigation concept was created and discussed at IMO. And Korea adopted the e-navigation concept and developed and provided the service of e-navigation. Thirdly, I will talk about the characteristics of Korean e-navigation, which is LTE communication network. So I would like to briefly explain about LTE maritime network. Lastly, for almost 20 years, e-navigation has been discussed at IMO. Korea is the only country that is actually providing the e-navigation service to the public. So lastly, I would like to talk about how we could globalize Korean e-navigation. This is a famous photo. You may know what this photo is about. This is the Titanic. In 1912, the Titanic was navigating in the Atlantic Ocean and it crashed the big iceberg and it sank. And over 1,500 passengers and crew lost their lives. On the occasion of the Titanic accident, the international community established the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, SOLAS. And in order to implement the SOLAS Convention, the international community created the International Maritime Organization, which is located in London. That was in 1948. Since then, IMO has created many different regulations to ensure safety on the vessels on the sea. Actually, I haven't found a research paper that studied the relations among different regulations of IMO, but I found this chart. Although I cannot understand the correct correlations among different regulations, but it is clear that many safety-related regulations have been created and they contributed to the decrease in maritime incidents. But still, we witness the occurrence of incidents at sea. Many of those accidents took place because of the human error. For example, in Korea, from 1,000 to 2,000 accidents take place in the ocean. Sometimes the lives of people are lost, and we suffer about $300 million of loss due to the accidents per every year. And many of the accidents were caused by human error rather than mechanical or technical error. So technologies are continuously evolving, and how can we reduce the accidents caused by human error? This was discussed at the IMO, and in 2005, the US, the UK, Japan, and other four countries made a proposal to the IMO to discuss the concept of e-navigation. They discussed the concept of e-navigation for quite a long time, and in 2019, they came up with ideas about what kind of maritime services should be included in the e-navigation through the guideline. This is the table of content of the guideline. In Appendix 1, they explain the details of maritime services that are supposed to be provided through e-navigation. And on the right side, this is Korean e-navigation services. IMO proposed 16 maritime services, and Korea classified them into largely 6 types of services. Korea is not the country that participated in the e-navigation discussion at an earlier phase at the IMO, but Korea adopted the e-navigation concept of the IMO in the 2000s and decided to invest about 13 billion, 130 billion Korean won in this project, and many companies, as you see here, participated in the project. And we conducted trial operations, and we conducted pilot operation of the e-navigation service, and finally began to provide the service to the public in 2021. The biggest feature of the Korean e-navigation is that we use LTE-M, high-speed radio communication network, to provide maritime safety information to the ships. Under the IMO e-navigation concept, such a service is provided to the ocean-going vessels, but in the case of Korea, we provide the service to fishing boat, ferry, and leisure boat that navigate in the Korean seas. We developed 6 types of services. Some of the services are being provided at a full scale, and some other types of services need improvement. First one is navigation monitoring and assistance service. The onshore system monitors the situation and conditions of navigation. The e-navigation system monitors such information, and if a risk is detected, it gives warning to the vessels. For example, we provide warning of possible collision or grounding. This is a simulation. Risks about collision or grounding are identified through the data. We accumulate the data across the country. If we use this data, we can ensure safety of vessels, and we can manage the entire maritime transportation because we can control the risk. We are conducting research on this function to make further improvement. Next one is the service where we monitor the ship stability so that the vessels will receive emergency response manual in case of any event. For many years, we have conducted research on this service. In order to fully implement the service, we have to install expensive sensors and equipment that will collect the data. So there are several vessels in Korea that installed such sensors and equipment. We are trying to spread this practice across many other types of vessels. This is safe and optimal route planning service. Once you designate your destination, safe and optimal route is planned and provided. So the only thing you have to do is to choose the final destination. Then you will receive information about safe and optimal route. I participated in the e-navigation development project from the very early phase. At first, I thought safe and optimal route planning would be the easiest service, but it was not. In the case of road transportation, car runs on the road. So for automobiles, it will be relatively easier to provide safe and optimal route information, but it's different in the ocean. There could be some unknown fishing net in the ocean, and there could be the invisible invisible rock in the ocean. So because there are such a situation in the ocean, it was difficult to provide safe and optimal route for vessels. So we decided to use big data. Now we're cooperating with an external research institute to improve this safe and optimal route planning service and provide it to the public. Next one is to provide real-time electronic chart distribution information to the vessels. So ships do not need to have paper chart, but whenever there's an update in the electronic chart, they will get the update on a real-time basis. On the electronic chart, display, we can provide a pilot and tug assistance service. Lastly, we provide current-related information and various maritime safety-related information to the vessels. In order to provide these services to the vessels, we have to secure sufficient data capacity. If we use the existing telecommunication network, we will not be able to provide all these services because they will account for quite a lot of data traffic. And mobile phone enables large capacity telecommunication, but there was limit in terms of the coverage. So LTE Maritime has its limit in that it covers 100 kilometers from the coast, but we developed and adopted LTE Maritime. At IMO, VHF data exchange system is currently under development, and it was adopted as a standard. Previously, AIS was used to provide information from shore to ship, but we are using LTE Maritime to provide all the 6 types of maritime services to the ships. And we installed base stations in over 200 locations along the coastal lines in Korea. If you look at the right side, there's an island in the east. That's Ulleungdo Island and Dokdo Island. This LTA Maritime covers this island located in the East Sea. And in the West Sea, we don't have high quality condition for the radio communication. In order to provide the navigation service, we established this system. This is a system where you can create e-navigation service. EPC is a telecommunication network and it transmits data to the base stations along the coastal lines. And in the coastal lines, they send the data through the antenna to the vessels, and the vessels can provide the service through the interaction with the shore systems. In this service, terminals and devices on board the ship play very important roles because vessels should be able to use the data and information we send from the shore. So it's important for vessels to establish antenna and receiver on board. In 2021, there were about 700 ships that installed such devices. And as I understand, for now, there are over 4,000 vessels that have such devices. But we still need to increase the number of ships that have such devices. One way to solve this issue is to reduce the price of the receiver and devices. And for small vessels that navigate along the coastal sea, we could apply a different form of devices with lower cost. Lastly, how can we globalize the Korean e-navigation? In 2005, the IMO e-navigation concept was created and centered around the European countries. Research and development projects have been conducted, but many of the projects didn't come up with the actual outcome, like Korea. The Korean e-navigation is providing the actual maritime service to the vessels. So how can we make Korean e-navigation a global standard? We need two things. First, telecommunication network is required. E-navigation service is about transferring more information to the vessels. In the case of BDES, LTE, and satellite network, they have their own advantages. BDES is not yet fully developed and new investment is needed. In the case of LTE, LTE is available only in Korea. Other countries are using different frequency bandwidth, and satellite communication is costly. So, what kind of telecommunication network should be used? This is an important issue. And secondly, as I mentioned, Korean e-navigation is focused on our national ships navigating the national seas. But in the case of large ocean-going ships, many of the large ocean-going ships have equipment that help them avoid the big risks during navigation to avoid collision, for example. But small vessels are relatively less equipped with such equipment. So we need to globalize e-navigation by optimizing the services for ocean-going ships and for small ships as well.
E-navigation services, and also thanks to your endeavors in the development of e-navigation since the early stages. Let's give Mr. Kim another big round of applause. And our next speaker is Jin-hyung Park, Senior Director of Maritime Safety and Environmental Research of CRISO. And this presentation is going to be on Global Maritime Digital Route. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Park Jin-young. I'm working at CRISO. We have policymakers and those who are implementing those policies in the audience. It is my great honor to present this topic in front of such a great audience. Today, I'd like to share with you my view on maritime digital route transition. Today, the title of my presentation is Global Maritime Digital Route Transition. As you may well know, we are living in the era of digital transformation. We are also living in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. Many people are talking about digital transformation. When we talk about digitalization, if we look closer or deeper into it, there are three parts. We have to first understand where we stand in terms of digital transformation, and we also have to understand what aspects of a digital transformation we understand. In my presentations, most of my presentations, I often say we, but sometimes when I say we, some people have some misunderstanding. By we today, I mean global maritime community. So this is a kind of a disclaimer before I start my presentation. So by we, I mean global maritime community. We can look at digitalization from three different perspectives. First is information digitization. Under the digitization, information that used to be represented in analog method is represented by numbers like zeros and ones. The classical examples is ACTIS. The maritime industry used to use paper-based chart, and now they are replacing the charts, paper-based charts, with ACTIS, electronic charts. ACTIS are used now for navigation in the maritime community. So the first process of maritime digital transformation is digitization. And I think we already made enough achievements regarding digitization. Next step is a digitalization. To be more specific, this means digitalization of a business process or work processes. In this step, a communication work done through communication, specifically voice communication, can be digitalized. And the easiest example of digitalization is e-navigation. You just heard from the previous speaker about e-navigation. E-navigation was proposed by the IMO. It was first proposed by the IMO in 15 years ago. Some countries, including Korea, are providing e-navigation services to promote easy access to maritime services. In this phase and step of digitalization, what is interesting is digitized information will become more sophisticated to digitalize processes. So the information in the form of analogs will have become more sophisticated so that the information is more is better used for to provide maritime services. So here we are talking about standardization and sophistication of maritime services and maritime information. In the final phase and final step, which is the third step, is digital transformation. In Korea, digital transformation is the most pervasive phrase. And under digital transformation, we can transform the business as usual. So I've just described the three phases: digitization, digitalization, and the final stage, digital transformation. And digital transformation is a transformation of a business model in the maritime community. Now, where does the maritime community stand among the three phases and steps? And to answer the question, we have to find out what digital resources we have. As I said earlier, to achieve digitalization, highly sophisticated digital data is needed. And it can be represented as S100. This is the Standard of Data Exchange, CMDS, stands for Common Maritime Data Structure, and CMDS has S100, which is a specific framework. By using S100, different types of maritime information and data can be exchanged. S100 information is the standard data for e-navigation and exchange provision of maritime services. We are going beyond of information digitalization and entering into digitalization of processes. So let's say we achieved highly sophisticated data. E-navigation can help us to provide digital information. So this is the exact definition of what we are trying to do. We are trying to provide a maritime service in the context of e-navigation. And once again, this is a standard. And for the past 15 years, many countries have done research and development to provide maritime services in the context of e-navigation. Specifically, IMO introduced resolutions and circulars to make and develop clear standards. Now we have information and data, as well as the methodology of providing services. The next thing we need is platform. And the platform should be highly effective enough to deliver and provide digital information. That is why the international maritime community came up with Maritime Connectivity Platform, short for MCP. This is also a standard for maritime service provision. Again, in short, we call this MCP. We also have MCP Consortium, as you can see in the pictures. The Secretary General of IMO and Secretary General of IALA and Swedish Maritime Authorities, Swedish Maritime Administration and EMA, Denmark Maritime Authority, and Korean Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries are observer countries. For MCP Consortium, Copenhagen Port and General Lifehouse Authority of the UK are also members of the consortium. An office research center in Germany and Curacao are also host members of the consortium. And this is a consortium to achieve maritime connectivity. In the consortium, we define the standards of MCP, and we also provide reference data to make sure digital information is provided through digital means. So we have digital information and data in digital business and digital services in hand. And some countries, including Korea, are now providing e-navigation services. As you heard from the previous speaker from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Korea is providing smart navigation services. In Europe, we have this project called Mona Lisa 1 and Mona Lisa 2, and there is also STM service provided in EU. They are all part of e-navigation services in Europe. In Navlink, as you know, it's a joint venture. Navlink is the provider of this e-navigation service. Wasilla staff also joined hand to create Navlink. As the name says, it is an organization and service provider for e-navigation services, and Navlink connects consumers and providers of e-navigation, and it also uses MCP to provide services. So you've just heard the developments of maritime service provision and digitalization in the maritime community. And based on what I have described, I can say for sure that we are in somewhere between the second and the third phase of digitalization. So we are getting closer to digital transformation phase because we almost have a digital route, which is not completed yet. Now we are facing new agenda. Maritime digitalization and digital transformation, they have a big agenda, and now we are coming up with a new agenda, which includes decarbonization. I think most of you in the audience will agree with me. E-navigation has been a maritime digitalization strategy proposed by the IMO. The purpose was to ensure safety of navigation at sea, but now the maritime industry, we are heading toward decarbonization. So let me give you more details. When we talk about decarbonization, We often say decarbonization with digitalization or decarbonization with digital information. This means digital transformation technologies make emergence in the form of autonomous shipping, and the primary goal here is safe navigation. Let's go into more details. We used to talk about green shipping. Now we are going to the next level. We are trying to achieve greener shipping, and autonomous shipping and digital transformation technologies will be leveraged for greener shipping. We are having this new global agenda called decarbonization, and this is where the international maritime community stands now. Let's say we have completed digitalization and we are trying to achieve decarbonization. What should we do? So I'd like to make some suggestions to achieve the goal. My answer is GMDRT. This stands for Global Maritime Digital Route Transition. The T in the acronym used to be testbed, but I replaced it. The international community replaced it with a transition. Global maritime, the digitalization of global maritime has not been completed. As I said, we are getting closer to digital completion of a digital transformation, and now we have new agenda called decarbonization, and I hope GMDRT contributes to achieving, for us to achieve decarbonization. T stands for transition, but it used to stand for test beds. Test beds are important because they are the venues where we can actually test and implement services we are trying to provide. I often say demonstrations, leave photos and pictures. But test beds are not something to show off to stakeholders. Test beds exist because test beds exist to show what can be possible in the global maritime community. Can show clear specific values what digital transformation and maritime digitalization can bring about. We used to have test beds, but the test beds in the past were specific to particular countries or particular regions. As you can see on the slide, we used to have a maritime service portfolio. Each different countries and different regions have different maritime service portfolios. Based on the maritime portfolios, they are providing maritime services for ships operating their waters. And you can see different benefits can be provided depending on where the services are provided. I call this method node-centric method or node-centric digitalization. Node-centric digitalization have its own problems, as you can see on the map. Benefits can be provided for only a certain area. That means if you consider the whole maritime route. Only a certain ships in region can reap the benefits. That means we cannot exactly interpret or analyze the benefits of digitalization can bring about. Navigation is international. So in the first place, we have to measure quantitatively the values of digitalization when it is applied to the whole route. So node-centric digitalization has a certain limit. We have to reduce the limit or get rid of the limit to make sure we can maximize benefits of digitalization. Let's go back to the first idea. We used to see in the world that digitalization benefits of digitalizations were provided for certain regions only or certain countries only. This was called node-centric digitalization. To overcome the limitation of node-centric digitalization, we started to assess and evaluate values of route-centric digitalization. For that purpose, we need to come up with a portfolio by cooperation between shipping companies and ship owners and all these stakeholders. As I said, when I described test beds, I said test beds leave graphs. Graphs are a form of a visualization. And visualization can provide us with certain values, and values can be represented as benefits, specifically benefits for stakeholders. Stakeholders may have to pay for the benefits. We have to exactly understand what values can be provided and how much we have to pay for the values. I think that calculation assessment is necessary. So in other words, we have to assess benefits and costs. Here, when we assess the benefits and costs, we have to hear the voices of different stakeholders because different stakeholders have different interests. In my presentation, I will call the stakeholders. The stakeholders include seafarers, ship owners, and government officials, especially seafarers. They are the ones who are at the forefront of using the maritime service. So here are stakeholders include service consumers, service providers, and seafarers. Let me talk about service consumers' perspective first. Shipping companies can have benefits from digital transformation in maritime service, and the biggest benefit will be cost saving, especially in fuel consumption. Now, ship owners and shipping companies have to pay for carbon emission. They used to pay for only fuels. And basically, they have to make sure ships navigate safely. No shipping companies want accidents at sea because ships are their tools to do their business. If they don't have ships, they will be out of business. So they would like to minimize any potential incidents or the probabilities of incidents. But to make that happen, shipping companies need additional equipment. And that means they need additional connectivity to make sure their equipment can communicate. And new opportunities will be presented in the process. So the benefits and costs should be in balance. Shipping companies will pay more attention to digitalization of maritime service if they are convinced that they can get more benefits out of maritime services. So the benefits, only then they will be willing to pay more for maritime services. Now let's take a look at service providers' perspective. Here, service provider is government agencies. Governments and government agencies have deep interest in CO2 emission reduction, and they will be more interested in how we can reap benefits by reducing CO2 emissions. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, global supply chain has been disrupted. So when we achieve global digital transformation, I'm sure we can make sure global supply chain will be less disrupted when there is an emergency or a pandemic like COVID-19, whether it is a communication infrastructure or other universal common infrastructure. The infrastructure should be available at the global level. So from the government officials' perspective, this is where the additional costs occur. We have to calculate and assess benefits and costs through the by service providers perspective. For that, we can use GMDRT. Next, seafarers' perspective should be considered. Their top priority, seafarers' top priority is safety at sea. And if we can achieve digital transformation, their workload will be reduced. On the right side, you can see less work. On the left hand, you can see less workload. And on the right side, you can see additional workload. Their workload can be reduced if we achieve digital transformation. That's not the end. They should take new tasks. They need to learn new skills. That's why I put this phrase, additional workload. This means they need more training on new maritime services or new equipment so that they can well adapt to new maritime environment, which will be digitalized. And digital transformation and digital technologies are being advanced at a faster rate than any other technologies. And seafarers may feel pressure when they realize that they have to learn new skills. So we have to convince them they can be reassured their workload will be reduced by digital transformation. Different stakeholders have different perspectives and pursue different values. Sometimes it makes it difficult to build consensus between them. Sometimes it even makes them to even cause conflicts of interest between them. So they have to make in the middle, they have to make halfway. In other words, we need harmonization. The harmonization is the word that can describe our efforts for e-navigation. But still, we have to consider benefits that can be provided for different stakeholders and costs different stakeholders have to pay for digital transformation. Only then we can present and suggest a clear direction they have to move forward. So But I believe that we can provide them with a clear pathway and direction by giving them information on their benefits and the cost they might have to pay. Digital transformation will be achieved at the right time by the right people when we provide right maritime environment, and that will lay the foundation for evolution of digital transformation in the future. For that, we need a global initiative, and global initiative, I'd like to propose that to be in the form of GMDRT.
That means the global maritime community stands and where we are headed for in terms of a global maritime digital route transition. Let's give Mr. Park another big round of applause. And up next, we have Mikael Renz, Chair of IMO EGDH, with a presentation on maritime single window. Let's welcome him onto the stage with a big round of applause.
For the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the Korean Ministry of Ocean and Fishery to invite me to speak here. I'm very honored for that. Thank you. So, my name is Mikael Renz. I work for the Swedish Maritime Administration. Also been mentioned in the last presentation. I do IT strategy and architecture, so I'm not a C guy, I'm an IT guy. Also the chair of the Electronic Business Working Group within the Facilitation Committee, and that's the working group that deals with single window issues, as well as the expert group of data harmonization. So, enough of me. I'm here to talk about digitalization a bit in general and the maritime single window. We have also now heard the Korean effort on e-navigation. And as a member of the IMO NCSR subcommittee, I know how much work you have put into this. And this is also a bit linked to my talk. See? There we go. So, today I will be talking about the information domain for a single window, and then I will try to wrap it up with a possible solution to get the work going. The information domain is the domain where the information we want exists. So that's the domain we need to sort of attach ourselves to. Then we have the information that we collect or sort of receive should be handled through a maritime single window. Also briefly touch the subject of how the single window looks like. And last, I will talk a bit about one of the major building blocks when you want to create a maritime single window to make it compatible and integrational. So, this is how I see the world. It's a rather easy world to look upon. There are a little bit more in the world, but this is sort of my world. I see three large information clusters that combined make the visit in a port complete for a ship. These three information clusters have been separated. They have not really been integrated at all. No real information sharing has been done between them. I mean, the ship has been out at sea. When it gets into the port, it starts to report and do other stuff. Today, we see these three information clusters moving closer and closer as the digitalization is moving very, very rapidly forward. But still, in this era of digitalization, there is very little information sharing between these three information clusters. So what you typically want to do is to combine these pieces of information that exists within these clusters and make the visit to a port easier for the ship. And in the end, you also want to create services, reporting formalities, e-navigation, as well as for the port operations. Setting up such an environment requires harmonization. If this is going to work from port to port all over the world. So what do you do when you are thinking about about harmonization? Yeah, of course you look to the standards. What standard can I use to do this? So what do we have to choose from? Well, there is quite a lot. You have the UNECE, really large information model on multimodal transport. And that is multimodal. So it's for all types of transport. You can also look at the WCO, the World Customs Organization's data model, which is also very large and is also multimodal. So it also covers all 4 modes of transport. ISO is another large standard organization. They have a specific standard called ISO 28005, which is aimed at electronic port clearance. And this has grown to be sort of aimed also at the maritime single window. And this one is specifically targeted at the maritime domain. You have also, as you have heard in the last presentation, you have IHO, which is with its S100 data model. This is primarily done for e-navigational purposes and is aimed at the ship itself and the onboard system, primarily the ECDIS. But as a large data model, it can of course be used for other services as well. There are also a lot of other small standards which are specific to certain events that occurs, for example, the bill of lading. And sadly said, which also goes for my own country, we do invent a lot of things, homemade stuff, which are not really harmonized, and you can't really integrate anything with it unless you are a system developer that made it up. So those one I hope will eventually go away. So do any of these standards, if I pick one of these, do they solve the problem in the previous picture? I would actually say no to that question. One of these standards cannot solve the entire picture. But if you start to combine them, you will really come quite far. See how we do that in a bit. First, let's have a look at the maritime single window and what's behind it. So you have, if you want to start to learn about a maritime single window, what I would do, I would first go to the UNECE recommendations on single window generically, which is very overall and describes the single window in a very generic context. And of course we are into the maritime business, so we want to have maritime guidelines. Well then, the IMO has a guideline for that with a really, really fancy name of FAL 5 Circ 42. I even think it has a Rev 2 behind it. So this is the guideline for the maritime single window. You'd also have other guidelines connected to the guideline for the maritime single window. Those are guidelines on, for example, message security and how you transport messages. There are guidelines for operational port services coming, as well as guidelines for port community systems. And if you bring these guidelines together, you will be able to create a maritime single window. Also, if you are really, really hardcore and you really want to learn a lot about single windows, EU has a huge maritime single window project ongoing. And as those specifications come out, there might be really interesting to look into them, because they actually stands for this problem where you have a lot of data and the standards are not covering it all. So how to go forward without making it sort of a real mess. So let's take a look at one of the pictures from the IMO guideline. I just copied it straight out from the guideline, and this describes the maritime single window on a very generic level. On the highest level, well, you could remove more blue boxes, but then it would be really difficult to understand anything. So this is on a very high level. On the top, you have systems, random systems, onboard system, trade systems, whatever system, agent systems. You don't really know. But they are where the information that you want to get to, that's where they exist. Typically, you want to have them flow through a maritime single window, where you have a machine-to-machine interface, APIs. You have other stuff like front ends, back ends, and so forth. But the really interesting part in the maritime single window here is actually integration layers, where you connect the different actors that wants to receive the information, where you have the customs authorities, you have the maritime authorities, you have the ports, the Coast Guard, and a lot of other stakeholders that are really interested in getting information. Some of these information are not voluntarily. They are bound by national and international legislations. So this is not a thing that the ship can choose to report or not. So from the administrative side, which I come from, this is legal binding. And that also makes it very, very difficult for the ship or whatever system that is out there to do this in the same manner from port state to port state. They always have to reinvent this. How do I report? Over and over again. So that's sort of one of the things with the maritime single window and the harmonization approach. We want to make it easier for the maritime business to come to the port states. And if you have sharp eyes, you can see there is a little red dot that is sort of floating around in the picture. And that little red dot is sort of all over the place. And that little red dot is what we call a MEG, which is a Message Implementation Guideline. This little red dot is central for all communication between the stakeholders. It describes the message and the content, which is the information, in a very detailed way. And hopefully, This is based on standards that I mentioned earlier. However, I also said that one standard do not cover it all. You need something more if you are going to use multiple standards and have a really large information flow coming in to your maritime single window. Also, if you are a country that wants to implement or starts to do this stuff for the first time, it's also very important to get this right the first time and not invent anything by yourself, as I said. Well, we have a thing that could help you going, and that is called the IMO Compendium. It has a much fancier name. I think the full name is the IMO Compendium on Facilitation and Electronic Business. In IMO, we like really, really long names. This compendium is a tool for software and business developers. And now I want to be very, very clear. This is not a standard. It is not a standard. It is a reference model, or some people call it a semantic model, because it is sort of the language of the formalities or the things that we want to receive when the ship is coming to the port. This began as a sort of a work within the facilitation committee many years ago. Well, not that many years ago, but a couple of years ago. And we have put a lot of work into it. Now it also includes a lot more than just the FAL convention. It also includes, for example, just in time. Yesterday we heard about the ballast water. Well, we have a data set for ballast water management. The certificates, a lot of certificates is included. And as we put more and more data sets into the compendium. And we are now also covering both the Maritime Safety Committee as well as the Maritime Environmental Protection Committee. For example, we have waste, ballast water, and other into the compendium. And one of the other really nice thing about the compendium is that we have the standard organization with us. They are not against us. So in the room, around the table, we have WCO, UNECE, ISO, and IHO, as I mentioned before. So we have them. And they are actually working really hard to harmonize their standards to the IMO compendium, which is great. Maybe, can I do this? No? I will not do anything then. You can actually find the IMO compendium online. So if you go, I will show you the links later. So if you really feel for it, you can just surf there and start to look at the data sets and the data elements and those kind of things. You can also see the mappings to the standard organizations. Just an example here on what you actually can do, or the idea behind this. So if you look into the center to the IMO reference data model, which is a part of the IMO compendium. So if you go to the left, I think it is for you. It's the left. So if you go to the left, you see data sets. The data sets are normally picked from the conventions of IMO or instruments or regulations. They come from IMO. FAL, stowaways, ship reporting system, and so forth. Those data sets are then break down into data elements, where we give them a semantic name which is understandable for IMO. For example, ship name, IMO number, captain's name, and so forth. It's readable to us humans. And then we let the data standards take over. They do create the messages and the nitty-gritty stuff that that the computers need to actually start to speak to each other. So we stick with the semantics, and then we give it to the data standards to do it. And maybe you think this is, well, what is he talking about? A computer is a really stupid thing. They understand 1 or 0, nothing else. It's right or wrong. So if one standard, for example, says, well, we call it the name of ship. In IMO we say it's the ship name. So then you can map ship name to name of ship. For a human being that's easy, for a computer it's not. But also, as I said, this was also for the business analysts. The ship name, for example, in the WCO data model is called border means of transport. That's not really logical to, even for a human being to understand that translation, and for a computer, no, they will not. So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to map, harmonize. And then if you go to the right side of the picture here, different port states are implementing single windows. So they take this reference model, and then they want to do sort of service APIs. They want to do single windows. They might set up one single port information service or some maritime service, I don't know. But they want to do stuff with information. So they can use it and choose to implement one of the data standards, or all of them. And typically in the end, this will end up, as we have heard here earlier, the earlier talk here, a bit about the maritime services. So for immigration, customs, police, port state control, those kind of things, you set up services which can be utilized by the ship or the agents or whoever wants to get in touch with the coastal state. So if we can manage to get the different standards harmonized, don't change them. They are fine as they are. It's a lot of work put into them, so don't start to try to change them. But if we can get them harmonized by using tools like the IMO Compendium, I think we can achieve a really true digital visit, where we combine different standards aimed at their speciality and translate them with IMO Compendium to realize this. This picture, as you see now, is actually just another way to visualize the digital visit as the picture I started with. The first picture I showed you. We are not here. This is sort of not a vision, but I mean, that's where we're going. And I think the journey here has begun. We have heard a lot of good talk here today and also throughout the days that I have been here. It's very interesting. Before I stop, I will just provide you with some useful links. I think these one also are in the program book, so you can see them. If not, you can get in contact with me. I think my email is somewhere out there. Especially, I would recommend to click on the middle one there, the IMO Compendium on Facilitation and Electronic Business. Because that is the actual, where you can see this, we talk about for real. With that, thank you very much. I hope I have given you some food for thought.
Thank you very much. You indeed gave us food for thought. Thanks also for the thorough description of the maritime single window as well as the concepts of information domain and IMO compendium. Let's give Mr. Rentz another big round of applause. And we're now going to move on with Sang-hyun Park, Head of Maritime P&T Research Office of CRISO, and he will inform us on the digital transformation and P&T service. Let's welcome him on the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. As introduced, I'm Park Sang-hyun. I'm P&T Research Head of PMT Research Office of CRISO. Today, I'd like to talk about digital transformation and precise maritime P&T services. P&T stands for Position and Navigation Timing. Dr. Park mentioned, and many speakers mentioned this word in yesterday's session, this common word, digital transformation. Personally, for me, digital transformation is a very difficult word to translate and understand. So I asked one of my professors, his name is Im Il. He works at Yonsei University. So I'd like to quote his comment. When you talk about digital transformation, the first question we ask is automation and digitalization and digitization. And what's the difference between these three words? Automation means there is work we used to do, and the work now can be done by robots or computers. And digitalization, computerization is collection of digital information, and digital transformation means creating new values and services based on digital information. This is the difference between the three words. Automation doesn't bring about new values. Automation exists only for efficiency. Unlike automation, digital transformation, it doesn't matter whether we collect, it is us, or we collect digital information ourselves. It doesn't matter, but digital transformation is a process of providing value-added digital information or services. So everyone is focusing on digital transformation, and what is happening with the digital transformation? Your answer may be AI, data mining, or algorithm. But don't you think we have enough AI technologies and algorithms? And you heard a lot yesterday as well. A, do you think we can, we haven't been able to achieve digital transformation yet because we lack AI technologies or algorithm? I don't think that's the case. What matters is quality. We need quality data, and we need to collect new types of data. So I was here. I attended sessions yesterday, and Dr. Chang from Korean Register said, if you put in garbage data for data, all you can get out of it is garbage output. I couldn't agree with him more. So what should we do to create new values and new ideas at sea? I think everyone would say that we have to do something, we have to do more to achieve smart ports, to build smart ports. And yesterday, as you heard, every organization and almost all countries are working hard to achieve digital transformation and to build smart ships. And information and location of ships should be discovered to make sure we achieve digital transformation. We have automation technologies in place already. We don't have to measure location of ships manually anymore. We can let the computers or robots do the job. Then what else do we need? Why can we achieve digital transformation or build a smart ship yet? I think we can learn a lesson from the car industry. The car industry already presented a clear vision or clear picture of the requirements to achieve autonomous driving. The states presented that this is the level we have to get to make sure autonomous driving is happening. And this is about information and location, positioning. Positioning doesn't necessarily mean information on certain points. That doesn't necessarily mean we have this margin of errors and uncertainties. This means we have to integrate these errors, margin of errors, into our calculation of positioning. And here the threshold is 30 centimeters. In other words, positioning of cars is not represented by points. It is represented by surface and area. That is why the result you get is this box. Yesterday we heard Samsung Heavy Industry is collecting data to make sure the autonomous vessel can pass under a bridge. We don't use any points or bubbles on a screen to position a ship. We will present ships on screen with surfaces. The farther the ship goes, the more uncertainties will happen. So we will have less errors, margin of errors laterally. Then we will have this column. So we are living in a digital transformation era. This era requires PNT with high accuracy, and the accuracy should include margin of errors. So my topic today includes what is happening in and outside of Korea to achieve PNT with high accuracy. I think you may have seen my slides before, but I've updated them. We are using GPS for positioning, and there are other systems. For example, there is GLONASS in Russia. Under GLONASS, there are 23 satellites, and Europe has Galileo. And our neighboring country, China, uses Baidu. And China is using 47 satellites under Baidu. India and Japan have what we call a regional positioning satellite system. And this is what you must be most familiar with. KPS, Korea, that stands for Korea Positioning System. Development of KPS started this year. We are planning to launch a satellite by 2027 so that we can provide service by 2035 if everything goes according to the plan. So I gave you a list of examples of satellites or satellite system, positioning system around the world. As of last year, the people said there would be 140 satellites, and they were right. We have to think about the accuracy of positioning coming from those satellites. The accuracy, those satellites always have 15 to 30 centimeters of margin of errors. So here, what matters is how we can increase the quality of the positioning data coming out of the satellites and how we can enhance the reliability of those positioning systems. If I remember correctly, about 4 months ago, personally, it was shocking news. On May 11th, EU as I said, it has Galileo as its positioning system. EU officially announced that Galileo will be able to provide HAS service, high accuracy service. And along with that, ICD was also published. ICD presents data structure that tells users about how to use the system. And the first thing Europe said, along with the announcement, is Galileo will be the first satellite positioning system that can provide consumers and users with positioning service with highest possible accuracy. And Europe said Galileo will be the first system in the world that can do that. And I will elaborate on that on later slides more. I will briefly tell you about it now. And Europe said Galileo's HAS will be available by the end of this year. So we have to think about how accurate the service will be. And I hesitated to add this slide in my presentation or not because I was not sure whether Europe has developed new technologies to make that happen. Many people look at autonomous vehicles, not just autonomous ships. They also look at drones to learn new technologies, and they find RTT. This is in the middle of the slide. The accuracy, the margin of error in accuracy is 2 centimeters, but it cannot be easily available in the maritime community or SC because it requires the use of infrastructure inland. So it doesn't offer long covers that can reach this offshore. So this is a challenge, and PPP is a technology developed to handle the disadvantage. PPT doesn't require a lot of infrastructure, but instead it takes too long to increase accuracy. So we have another technology called PPP-RTK. And PPP-RTK is in wider use. So we are using a satellite system to reduce margin of errors in accuracy. Now many people are using PPP-RTK because we are talking about this technology for maritime community. And I said in the beginning of my presentation, I will give you some examples in what is happening in countries around the world. There is a country that provides high precision service. And which country? Can you guess which country this is? It's Japan. And QGSS received an approval from the IMO as WSS. And QGSS is Japan's GPS, but it not only provides GPS, but 3 additional services. They are SLAS, which stands for sub-meter level augmentation service. Horizontally, the margin of error is the accuracy covers 1 meters. Vertically, the accuracy the service covers 2 meters. If you use this service, you can have a coverage of 6 centimeters horizontally, and if you move, you can have a coverage of 20 centimeters vertically. And SPAS is a service provided for landing and departure of aircraft, so I'm not going to go into details. And this service is only available in Japan for now. I'm not sure whether Honda Legend is available in Korea yet. You know, the autonomy level 3 of Honda Legend and level 2 of Nissan Ariya are using SPAS to provide autonomous driving. All these examples show that autonomy the level of autonomy has been achieved. And some of you may not know, China is providing satellite positioning system. Their satellite positioning system is called Beidou. In July 31st, in 2020, China officially announced FOC. Beidou according to China, covers the whole world, and it has 27 satellites. They are working. As I said earlier, Korea provides SPAS and PPP services. They provide high precision service. And we are using 3 fixed orbit services, but it has a smaller service coverage. PPP service offers, can you see the circle here? It covers only this circle. Its service covers this circle only, and it doesn't offer high accuracy. Even if it covers only a small area, its coverage is not high. Vertically, it's only 60 centimeters. As I said earlier, PPP, it takes long to provide accuracy. As you can see here, it takes more than 30 minutes. This means you have to spend about 3 minutes to get accuracy horizontally. But that doesn't mean you can spend 30 minutes at sea for navigation to get this accuracy. So this service is focusing on survey only, but like SLS, it is easily accessible. I think they would like to make it easily accessible and come in handy. So I'd like to go back to Galileo again. Galileo's high accuracy service can be split. It has two goals. There are two service levels, SL1 and SL2. SL1 is global service. It covers the whole world. And SL1 and SL2 services, the difference between the two is the coverage area. One covers the whole world, the other covers Europe only. But if it covers the whole world, you have to spend about 5 minutes. The service is not provided right away or immediately, but if this service, if it covers Europe, you will have to spend only 1 minute to get this level of accuracy. So these two are their goals. And Europe said they will complete phase 1 by the end of this year. EU ideally wanted to provide service 1 by the end of this year, but I don't think that will happen. And phase 1 is the period where service level 1 as well as service level 2 will be available. And their target date, Europe's target date for phase 2 is 2024. As we heard from the presentation on e-navigation, we have to think about communication systems. But it is also time to talk about high accuracy of positioning systems, because we are talking about the whole world, not just a certain region. As we are seeing emergence of autonomous ships, autonomous vehicles, and standardization of smart ports. So positioning system with high accuracy can bring benefits to smart ports and autonomous ships and autonomous vessels. And if you ask, why do we have to improve Galileo? Why do we have to do Galileo project? You have said it can bring benefits to maritime community, because the maritime community is trying to develop autonomous service vessel. In other words, autonomous navigation, autonomous driving, autonomous navigation vehicle. Europe says they will be asked to use this positioning system with high accuracy. As I said, China and Japan and other countries in the world have a similar goal in working on R&D. Then what is Korea doing for positioning system? As I said earlier, Korea started KPS project this year. And what is Korea's plan? KPS can offer a lot of services, plan to offer a lot of services. And the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries have planned certain services, then the ministry will be in charge of developing those services. Accuracy is horizontally 5 centimeters, vertically 10 centimeters. But that doesn't make any difference between Korean KPS, Korean positioning service, and other positioning services in other countries. As I said earlier, we don't use marks or points to represent accuracy or coverage. So to achieve autonomy driving, the margin of error you can go up to is 30 centimeters. And KPS says vertically the accuracy is 10 centimeters, and horizontally it's 5 centimeters. And if you look at the picture, there are margin of errors, which are represented as the surfaces or area of the box in the picture. So KPS has a goal of developing this positioning system with this much of margin of error. By 2028, Korea will verify this service. If everything goes well, we can provide initial services of KPS by as early as 2030. So in summary, what is P&T? And what is the relation between P&T and digital transformation? So I try to tell you the relation between P&T and digital transformation. To achieve digital transformation, P&T should offer higher accuracy as well as higher reliability. To increase accuracy, countries around the world, including Korea, are working on R&D. Thank you so much for listening.
Us to the swiftly developing services in different countries. Let's give Mr. Park another big round of applause. We're now going to have a short break and then continue with the panel discussion of session 4. We're running slightly behind time, so please be back at 11:20 and so that we can start right after we get the stage ready. All right, see you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin with our session 4 panel discussion in around a minute or two. So please take your seats now that we can begin in a bit.
Sorry, mine is minor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's now begin with the panel discussion of session 4. I see that our panel of experts is already on the stage. Now, the chair of this discussion is In-cheol Kim, professor at Mokpo Maritime National University, and he's going to moderate the session now. So if you're ready, Professor, you may begin.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim In-cheol from Mokpo Maritime University, the moderator of the expert panel discussion. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for giving me this opportunity, and I would like to thank the director from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries as well. I would like to ask one question to each of the speakers, and if necessary, I would like to ask additional questions. If time allows, I would like to take questions from the floor. And lastly, I would like to ask common questions to all of the speakers. You may know very well that for your information, Mr. Sung-jae Kim, the Deputy Director from Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, is my senior who graduated from the University of Oceans and Maritime, and he also served as the mariner before, so he knows the working level knowledge and experience. He also studied maritime administration and environment at university, and he has been leading the e-navigation project successfully. Mr. Jin-hyung Park is the Korea's best expert in maritime technology. He has been in charge of many important projects, and he has also been very active at IMO. Now he is the head of the maritime safety and environment at CRISO. Mr. Mikael Rentz is the IT specialist in Sweden, and he is also the chair of data expert committee of IMO. And in the EU, he is representing Sweden. He is working very hard for ensuring safety of vessels, and he has been participating in many critical projects. Mr. Sang-hyun Park served as the senior researcher at Hyundai, and he knows the challenges in the road transportation and maritime transportation. He has been leading the research on maritime transportation in Korea. My first question goes to Mr. Sung-jae Kim. The purpose of e-navigation is to provide various safety information to vessels and ensure efficient operation of vessels. Ultimately, the purpose of e-navigation is to reduce maritime accidents, in my understanding. This is also what was mentioned in the advertising video of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. Last year, the e-navigation service started in Korea and 1 year has passed. Over 1 year has passed. Do you think that the Korean e-navigation service has been effective in reducing the number of maritime accidents? And if there were any challenges, what are those challenges? Thank you very much for the question. You asked me two questions. First, you mentioned that the purpose of e-navigation is to prevent maritime accidents, and second question is about challenges. From January 30th of last year, we started providing e-navigation service. There are many ways to provide the service. We can provide the service through the smartphone application. We can also provide the service to the shipping companies and related organizations. We can provide the service through the terminals or devices on board the ship. And in our e-navigation service, we provided the service through the devices on board the ship. And last year, we analyzed the statistics of maritime accidents last year. There were very small number of maritime accidents that happened last year in Korea. So I don't know how statistically significant this will be, but we found that we compared the vessels that have e-navigation devices and the vessels that do not have the devices. And we found that we reduced the maritime accidents to up to 50%. At least we reduced the maritime accidents by 20 to 30%. Of course, the number of accidents itself is very small. So due to the statistical significance matter, we were not able to publicly publish this report, but this is what we found. There could be many types of accidents, and in our analysis, we analyzed the collision and grounding accidents. In terms of challenges, for now, we have about 5,000 vessels that install the e-navigation devices. Last year, the number of such vessels was about 700. And if there are problems with the devices, we analyze the root cause. If there were grounded accidents, we sent the alarm 100%. And when there were collision accidents, we sent the alarm 100%. The problem is that before a collision accident takes place, we send many times a voice warning to vessels, but still, some vessels experienced accidents and say that, no, I didn't hear the alarm voice. They didn't hear the alarm voice we sent to them through e-navigation service because they were doing some other things on board. They were not paying attention to the alarm system. Because if you are on board the ship and if you are in the ocean, you often hear the sounds of various trivial alarm. So in many cases, although we sent alarm clearly to the vessels in the ocean, the captain of the vessel say, I didn't hear it because the alarm rang, but the captain was not paying attention to it. So this is one of the challenges. We're trying to see how we can solve this problem. And Dr. Sang-hyun Park mentioned location information related technology. When we estimate the risk of collision, we use the location information of vessels. And we have 5,000 vessels that install the e-navigation terminals. We can accurately find their location. But for other vessels, it's okay if they have AIS, but there are many small vessels that do not have AIS. So in order to overcome this challenge, we're trying to penetrate our e-navigation terminal to small vessels. To do that, we are reducing the size of the terminal and reduce the price as well. I have one more question regarding that. In the case of e-navigation service, Europe and Singapore also proceeded with e-navigation concept from 2005 or 6, and Korea for the first time successfully launched the e-navigation service. Now, the international community is paying attention to MAS, the autonomous vessels. And how do you think e-navigation can be connected with MAS, and what kind of idea can you propose? The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries is also researching MAS, especially advanced countries like Europe and Japan are also actively researching MAS. Some say that why did the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries constructed e-navigation service? You should rather pay attention to MAS. But in our e-navigation project, there are many scattered information on shore and on board the ship. We have to collect such information and find a format in a way that such information can be easily used by all stakeholders. And in the case of MAS, they may use AI system. We have to deliver the same information to the AI system in the MAS ship. And how can we standardize all different formats of information? And we need maritime connectivity platform. If we don't have platform, information services will be scattered. This is not efficient in terms of cost, and so the platform is very important. So we are using such a platform, and we are standardizing the data. This will be the very strong foundation for Korea to move forward to the MAS, autonomous ship development. And one of the challenge we felt was with the optimal route planning service. One of the important functions of MAS is to search for safe and optimal route. So we already have that experience through e-navigation service. We cannot identify the situation under the sea, so we worked very hard how to overcome the challenge. And the answer we have found is to use big data. And such experience with e-navigation will help us a lot in working on autonomous surface ship. So I think the e-navigation laid out the foundation for MAS. So until we realize the concept of MAS, it'll take a long time. So until that time, e-navigation will still remain critical. And in terms of data provision, e-navigation is an important service. Thank you.
Now I'd like to ask Dr. Bach questions. In your presentation, you said you told us about establishment of a global digital route, and you said shipping is an international business, so Korea cannot achieve it and do it alone. So internationally, what kind of activities are going on to build a global digital route? As you just said, I made a suggestion in my presentation, and the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries also have an idea about global maritime digital route. As the name says, it's a global route, so Korea cannot build it alone. It requires global partnership and cooperation in the international community. I said GMDRT should be a global initiative, but I didn't say it is a global project. By initiative, we mean we work together toward one common direction, one common goal. For that, we share common values. But to achieve the goals, we need specific ideas in the form of a project. For example, for that, from next year, Korea will spend some time and efforts and money on GMDRT projects. Other countries, I think, share the idea of the importance of this global digital route. In other countries, Ayala are suggesting digital route as well. When we talk about when Korea suggested GMDRT to Ayala was excited to hear about it, and Ayala also came up with an idea called a digital incubator. Norwegian LCAs, and Finland's field traffic. Expressed their interest in participating in digital incubator. And GMDRT in Ayala's digital incubator have some similarities. Digital incubator has similar goals with the GMDRT. That is why we are closely working together with Ayala. Maybe the names don't matter. What matters is we have the same goal and we have to come up with technique and methodology to achieve the same goal, the common goal. Maybe this idea will have a new name or new keyword in the future, but what we are trying to achieve is the same. GMDRT and Digital Incubator have the same goals, and I hope GMDRT can bridge between different initiatives. For your information, Ayala almost agreed to establish a cooperative body with GMDRT. And I think GMDRT can contribute to achieving digital transformation. At least it can provide valuable ideas for digital transformation. As I said earlier, not only in Norway and Philippines, but Singapore almost agreed to participate in digital incubators. So I think there is enough consensus for cooperation for digital transformation. Let me ask you one more question. We are talking about global maritime digital route and autonomous ships. How do they relate to each other? Okay, let me answer your question. I will do my best. When we discussed autonomous ships, MAS, yesterday, we said digital route is required to pull ahead the date. Autonomous ships are available at sea. I think the presenter, the speaker, had some reference from my presentation. So one of the speakers said global maritime digital route is a prerequisite. And the previous speaker, Mr. Kim, said, now it takes humans to produce information and data. When we started Envision e-navigation, there were many discussions on MAS. And many said e-navigation is a digital framework for MAS. So e-navigation is a pathway, digital pathway to make mass possible. So the relationship between the e-navigation and Mars, I often use this phrase. Let's take a look at autonomous vehicles. Paved roads and unpaved roads can offer different road conditions. Of course, everyone wants smooth path or road. That is why we have to provide effective e-navigation as a pathway for Mars. To achieve Mars, digital pavement is needed, and e-navigation can provide that pavement. In that sense, global maritime digital route can make e-navigation more universal at the global and international level, or at least it can provide, and it will be a prerequisite for e-navigation. So GMDRT is closely related to successful emergence of Mars. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mikhail Wenz, regarding creating what you call a digital visit, what do you think is the main challenges getting this in place?
Thank you for that question. The beginning, might have to speak up a bit then. Okay. No problem with that. So thank you for the question. And from the beginning, when we started this journey, and I thought it would be standards organizations that would be the main challenge. Because back in, it was 7-8 years ago, when IMO gave sort of the go-ahead to revise the compendium completely, rebuild it from scratch. At that time, the WCO got the job, and immediately we noticed, we member states noticed that there was a bit of a competition between the standard organizations. But after a year or two, that was sort of solved. Everyone got it and thought it was going to be a good idea. So that was not the main challenge. But for me, as an IT guy, I immediately thought that would be sort of the trickiest thing. But actually, the most difficult thing is to get the word out, to get people without an IT background to understand that without sort of harmonization on the lower levels, you will never ever be able to send information machine to machine. It will simply not happen. And getting that word out is very difficult. It's also sort of very technical. I can also see this within Europe when we are working on this huge regional single window system. It's very, very difficult to sort of understand the concept of harmonization and interoperability of data. That is simply, I think, the most challenging task we have ahead of us, is to spread the word, get out there and explain what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You talked about the IMO compendium as a tool for software and business developers. Is it complete and ready to use?
Thank you again for that question. If it is complete, I think it actually will probably never be complete, in that sense that There will always be updates. We always have to take on new regulations, changes in regulations, and those kind of things. So in that sense, I don't think it will ever be fully complete. But if it's ready to use, yes. It's fully operational. We have, I think, around 500 individual data elements within the compendium. All of these data elements are mapped to the different standard organizations, which have messages for sort of machine-to-machine communication. So to use the compendium, it is fully operational, and I think the expert group of data harmonization within IMO, we are really ready to help to start implement this worldwide, and then also help shipping industry to actually reduce the administrative burdens that are relying heavily upon them. So on the completeness, not really, but ready to use for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 다음 질문 우리 박상현 박사님께.
The next questions go to Dr. Bang. You said Korean GPS, KPS, has a target date, 2030, and the service can be available as early as by 2030. That means that the service with 30 centimeters of accuracy will be available by 2030. By 2030, 2030 means a long time from now. So before we get there, are there any alternatives we can rely on? Thank you for the question. Whenever we talk about KPS, that is one of the most asked questions. When we do KPS, that's one of the most questions asked to me. 2035, it sounds too distant future, but as I said earlier, KPS, when it offers accuracy within centimeter, unit of centimeter, compared to Galileo and the US satellite positioning system. Let's say we are using KPS and the US satellite positioning system and Galileo. As I said in my presentation, by 2027, Korea will launch its first satellite for positioning. That means by 2027, we can offer services that can correct accuracy in centimeters. Once we have enough corrective actions, personally, I think by 2030, but it of course will depend on the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. I'm saying researchers' perspective only. By 2030, at least, we can provide a service with accuracy in centimeters that covers Korean waters, at least Korean waters. 2030 is about 7 or 8 years from now, so you may say you have to wait quite long. And if you consider when Korean MAS is completed, which is 2025, so you may say you may have to wait too long before matching and connecting Korean GPS, satellite GPS with MAS and smart ports. But I would say that Yes, we have that target dates, but at least territorial communication system or onshore territorial system, as you heard about, as you heard some of them from Mr. Kim. We are currently developing technology that can provide corrective or reinforced, this is the word we use, reinforced service with a higher accuracy. And the technology development we expect will be completed by 2024. So from 2025, pilot services will be available. That's our target. And that is also part of the Korean government's national tasks. So our target is, our aim is, by 2025, we will be able to provide pilot services for Mars and smart ports with this GPS system. That's the R&D status we are working on now. Then that leads to my second question. Yes, you're going to provide a positioning system in centimeters through KBS. What is the difference between that service and the onshore or territorial positioning system in centimeters? What's the difference between the two? Yes, you pointed out right. I didn't mention it in my presentation. Let's talk about consumers' perspectives first. If you're a consumer, you may think KPS. If you receive a service through KPS, you may think it's very easy. And I can say you will think it is easy to access that service. We are going to use L6 bandwidth. It offers 1.5 gigabytes. So users of the services and equipment that use the services, all they need is one GPS antenna to receive the service. And all you have to do is to upgrade your firmware or software or change your software to receive the service with higher accuracy. After all, users have to do is to upgrade the software to receive services with higher accuracy. So this is a great benefit for users. And you don't have to use a separate LCT because you can use L6 bandwidth. And compared to that, the onshore or terrestrial communication network, you have to use a separate communication network. That means you need equipment or receiver. For example, LTE, or you may have to access DMB network. So you need extra or additional network or equipment or receiver. Let's say you're going to use commercial communication network, you have to pay for it. So that's the biggest obstacles or bottlenecks, what I call, when you use territorial communication networks. So that's what could happen to users or consumers. So talking about the difference between the two services, there is no additional technical barriers, because what you used to be provided is now will be provided through KPS satellite service, not territorial communication services networks. And now you are using communication data. But if we provide you with services through satellites, as I said in the example of Japan's QGSS, you can send 2,000 zero and ones in a second. So it takes so little communication capability to send data through satellite positioning systems. And secondly, if we provide service through the KPS, I think you may have the same experience as you had with a satellite TV, like the experience, like what you saw or what you hear from a foreign correspondents or news. Here, the biggest problem is time delay. You will have longer time delay when you have services from KPS, for example. But that can be handled by new technical development. So these are the differences between KPS and territorial communication networks. After 2027 or 2028, you will have GPS. Your cell phones already have a map. You may not realize it, but your cell phone already has map for GNS and Galileo and Korea satellite system, and you will receive more quality services through satellites in the future by 2027 and 2028. Without knowing, people will receive better or quality positioning system with additional value, and then we will see more services in the market by then. And maritime industry, they will think about non-solace maps, and operators with non-solace ships, they can use application on their cell phones for their operation, and even I dare to dream that they use their cell phones for docking.
Due to time constraint, actually, time's almost up. And so those in the floor may ask questions to the speakers during coffee break. And today, in this conference, we have many students from the University of Maritime and Oceans. So I have this common question. For students who are studying at the Maritime and Oceans universities, I'd like to ask for your advice. If these students prepare themselves for the future vessels and future navigation at sea, which subject or which area do you think the students must study? So I'll ask for your advice. Mr. Kim first. In the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, we often make this kidding. If MAS comes up, then University of Oceans, Maritime and Oceans will disappear. No, that's not true. If autonomous vehicle appears, the taxi drivers may feel insecure in terms of their job security, but vessels are different from cars. Even if the maritime autonomous surface vessel comes into reality, we will still need many people, including seafarers, to work in this MAS area. Many of them, of course, will have to work in the remote operation and computer system related area. So you will need to study ICT areas and computer-related systems. So I'd like to advise that students should study more about ICT.
I think my answer is similar to Mr. Kim's answer. As I presented, I said that in digital transformation, we are changing business models. The values will be different. Whatever happens, I think we will have better operational environment. That means you are studying in maritime schools, and you will have a better maritime environment, whether you are on board or whether you are working on shore. You will be the most professional people who have to deal with the maritime environment. So you should be adjust to digital transformation and digital environment, but don't worry, you can have hope. But just hoping is not enough. You have to prepare yourself for the new digital environment. Many people say you are digital native and that means you were born with digital devices. When you are given digital devices, you will be very quick to adjust to it. So we are living in this era of digital transformation and the fourth industrial revolution. So what we need in terms of skills is AI native. We should be AI native and digital native. So you have to think and develop insight into what digital native and AI native means. But AI technology will not solve every problem. So you have to have developed deep understanding and insight into AI skills so that you can picture the new autonomous operational environment that AI and digital transformation will bring. So try to learn more about AI. You don't have to develop or write AI code, but at least you have to be ready for new AI-enabled environment, and you should be able to make right decisions in a new environment. Thank you.
Yours.
Thank you. Well, for an IT guy giving advice to seafarers, it's not really easy. But I've listened to my two colleagues here, which gives you an advice to learn IT, and actually I think that is important. We're moving into, as previously said, into a digital era where things will not be as it was yesterday. So you don't have to be IT experts. You have to have common knowledge of sort of how IT works. And I would also think that communication skills, and now I'm not talking about how you speak to each other, but how computers talk to each other will become very, very important in the future, especially if mass is coming along. And then you need to really understand how it works between the remote ship and the onshore sites. So I think IT communication will be very important in the future. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Okay, lastly, Dr. Park. So today I made a presentation on PNT. I think you have courses and programs about PNT at school. So at the end of the day, everything comes down to navigation and communication. I want you to study communication and navigation. If you studied how you're going to use the two systems, I want you to think about what you can be doing when we have more automation. What you studied will be the foundation for automation. Radio communication and digital communication, radio navigation systems, their basic principles should be understood. So you have to be someone who understands the basic principles of those systems. So I'd like to call them signal processing. So I hope you have more chances to develop insight into signal processing, and I hope your curriculum include digital signal processing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that audience may have a lot of questions, but we have to proceed to the next session. So we proceeded with the session in Korean, and I'd like to appreciate the efforts from our translators.
Discussion of our session 4. Let's give a panel of experts and chair again a big round of applause. And you may return to your seats. And as that wraps up our panel discussion for session 4, we are soon going to have our special session in around 10 minutes from now. So please be back at 12:20. We're going to set the stage and then continue with our program. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are soon going to start with our special session, so please take your seats now. We're going to begin in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good cup of coffee and are ready now for our next session. So we will now move on with the special session, which is titled 20th Anniversary of RKIMO Technical Cooperation Project. And for that, let me introduce our first speaker, who is Young-soo Kim, Head of IMO of Partnerships Department. And he's going to talk about IMO's resource mobilization strategy and knowledge partnerships mechanism. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all. I am working in IMO. My name is Young-soo Kim. First of all, I came to Korea after such a long time, and I am really honored to make this presentation in my home country. In May 2017, I joined IMO, and as introduced, I am in charge of partnership department at IMO. This is a newly created department. This is also called DPP. The IMO Secretary General has been very active in Voyage Together project. And in March 2022, the IMO established a new department, the Partnership Department. At first, it was a pilot department, and now it is official department under IMO. This is an international conference, and I belong to IMO, so I'm going to speak in English from now on.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for not only organizing this meaningful event, but also being one of the major contributors to IMO's technical cooperation. Today, I'm going to present IMO's resource mobilization strategy and knowledge partnership mechanism. And this is the contents. Firstly, I'll briefly introduce IMO, what IMO is, and then about the resource mobilization strategy, which was approved by Technical Cooperation Committee in 2018, and the knowledge partnership mechanism, which is the main vehicle in the resource mobilization strategy and possible areas of cooperation. Firstly, with a mission statement to promote safe, secure, environmentally sound, and sustainable shipping through cooperation, IMO is a United Nations specialized agency that makes the global rules on how ships are built, operated, and disposed of. However, we are currently putting our focus on implementation. Our traditional form of the technical cooperation is ITCP. I won't go into the detail because Mr. Zhang, the director of TCD, is going to soon going to make the presentation after me. But I'll focus more on the international development cooperation using ODA, Official Development Assistance Fund, which is larger in terms of size and longer term and can address consolidated solutions to the issues. Next, about the resource mobilization strategy. Please excuse my voice. I've been traveling for 2 weeks, and this is about 5th presentation that I have to make. When you talk about the main element of resource mobilization is the donor, where the fund is, and the recipient, where the project, the beneficiary of the project, and IMO, the role of IMO. So what we are trying to do in IMO is to identify the need of the recipient countries, then link that need to the funding of the donor countries. And where there are about 179 billion US dollars available each year in ODA disbursement, so the ODA funding. So this is the focus. We are trying to get hold of that, some part of that 178 billion. Having said that, out of 175 member states, we have about, we recognized 59 member states who are either LDCs or SEED or both. So our prime target is 59 member states who are LDCs or SEED. And this is the message flow. I won't go into the details. And what we are trying to do with the resource mobilization, we highlight the value of IMO and the strength of IMO. The message is like this: IMO's work is valuable and is in line with your interest. When you say interest, donors mainly targeting. We save life, protect environment, and we promote economic development, which is key criteria in SDG as well as development aid. And the message, we have partnership with IMO will benefit you as well. We are the global standard setting agency. We have network with not only 175 government, but also there are about over 150 IGOs and NGOs who work with us. And we have knowledge and expertise in maritime with over 50 years of the technical cooperation activities. But most important thing for what the donor is looking is we are OECD ODA eligible organization. What it means is all of the OECD DAC members are contributing to help developing countries. The amount of money they put in OECD, they put statistics, so the people knows how much money or how they have contributed towards this ODA. So the money given to IMO, funding given to IMO, will be included as in the OECD statistics. Then the achievement in terms of ITCP, and one of the biggest achievements we have is the WMU, World Maritime University, and International Maritime Law Institute, where the high-level government officials does MSc course for 1.5 years, and when they go back, they take really high, they can get involved in very high-level policy development. Then, shopping list, please choose whatever the project that you would like. I'll go into more details later on. As I said, knowledge partnership mechanism is the main vehicle, with the principle that IMO provides knowledge and expertise in maritime. Our partners experience and expertise in investment and finance, sometimes in the region. We have three-step approach. First, getting to know each other. Although we pretend we know, we can go into the homepage and trying to learn, getting to know each other, we don't know each other not that well. So we are doing a lot of things to get to know each other. Then once we get to know each other, between the recipient countries and donor countries, as well as maritime people and finance people, because those people who come to IMO are usually maritime or transport people. And those people who can provide funding are usually ODA agencies or maritime finance ministries. So getting to know each other's mechanism is very important aspect. So at this stage, we are in the getting to know each other stage. But meanwhile, in parallel, we are moving towards stage 2 and 3, which is trying to carry out project, utilize the grant or the concessional loan. And this is the getting to know. This is what I just told you. We are one of the mechanisms we are having is a knowledge partnership workshop, where both donor and recipient, maritime and ODA agencies get together, making presentations to share the mechanism of each their own organization. One other thing is knowledge partnership dialogue. The national knowledge partnership officers, we have asked our member state to nominate one person each for member state who are called national knowledge partnership officers, and they are trying to, because they know their mechanism very well. These NKPOs will be the bridge between IMO and the ODA agencies. Second stage is the actual project implementation using grant project. Rather than one-off seminars or workshops, we try to put together necessary procedures or the items for the project, which usually is need assessment and setting up a legal framework or administrative framework and education and training courses. It is the and third stage, we will get involved in the infrastructure project from the designing stage up until operational stage. by giving consultation, doing the monitoring overall process of the project and the training at the end to ensure the operation is well operated. Having said that, both donor and recipient search for good project. The good project is where the project handles the need, address the need of the recipient, but also interest of donors. There are two criteria for donors to contribute. First, it is a subject area, what kind of theme, usually in terms of SDGs, then countries they support. Each country has different priority when they are providing funding. So the other thing I would like to mention is, whereas IMO, we have a lot of ideas and many things to do with not much of money. Those people who's got the money, donor agencies, they have a lot of money, but their problem is they have to spend the money very wisely. So that's the reason why we are looking for good project. In order to make the good project, we follow another three-step approach. We are making from the subject that IMO is delegated, or we make model project, then once number of model project, then once this model project is made, we communicate to the recipient if they are interested in taking part in the project. Then once we have the list of projects and the list of countries who are interested in those projects, then we can go to the donors and provide a list of projects as well as list of the countries, so that they have easier choice when picking up the project. This is usual mechanism in countries. Donor agency and recipient agency usually meet quite regularly, sometimes many cases once a year. But I would like to emphasize the importance of national development plan. It is for the recipient countries. So when you are talking to our recipient countries, we ask them through NKPOs, we ask them, please talk to your ODA agencies, trying to put maritime project in your national development plan, so that we have high chance of getting the funding. Now, possible areas of cooperation. There are so many possible areas of cooperations, but first part will be the current project. But because we don't have much time, I will just skip through the slide on current project. The GMN, the Global Maritime Network, and we established the Maritime Technical Cooperation Network in 4 regions. And GHG Smart, where Korea has funded, and this week, in parallel with this event, there has been a training course on GHG Smart has carried out in Busan as well. Now, Green Voyage, the Norwegian funded project to support ships' transition towards low carbon future. IMO cares. Through getting connected to all the networks, we try to accelerate the technology transfer for Voyage Together. Next Gen is another network project for greenhouse gas emissions. We have MEPSIS, helping countries in Asia to ratify IMO conventions. And GLOLITA, even this one was held in this week in line with 7th IMDC conference. And there are other projects. Like, one thing is we also have regular communication with financial institutions, such as international financial institutions, such as World Bank, EBRD, ADB. So by talking with them, giving them what we can and the ideas, by sharing ideas, we are actually trying to get some funding, which is most important thing, one of the most important things in the implementation of the project. Area of cooperation, having shown you what we are currently doing, these are the area of items in the area of 3 areas of the cooperation, mainly marine environment protection, maritime safety and security, facilitation, and legal. I won't go through all the items. And you have seen the current ones, but at the moment, we are developing some project proposals, such as glow noise, safe fishing, and blue. So we are making this kind of one-pager marketing material to promote our project proposal that we have developed. In conclusion, what I said was IMO is currently focusing on implementation, and we are expanding our technical cooperation. With the things we have done or doing, as in this presentation, we are very well suited for ODA project. So please join us in the Voyage Together initiative. Thank you very much.
And let's continue to voyage together. Thank you very much for that presentation, and let's hope for these partnerships to grow further. Let's give Mr. Kim another big round of applause. Now let's move on with our next presentation for this special session, which will be by Xiaojie Zhang, the Director of the Technical Cooperation Division of IMO. He will speak about the IMO Special Trust Fund utilization progress and a future policy direction. Let's welcome him in with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. It is a great honor to me to attend this year's Korea Maritime Week. I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for hosting this remarkable event, for inviting me to this very beautiful city of Busan. It also gives me great pleasure to be able to join this special session on the 20th anniversary of the Republic of Korea and the IMO ITCP, which signifies the strongest support of the Republic of Korea to IMO technical cooperation work. Starting from the financial support of IMO's ITCP project, implementation of the revised STCW Convention in Sub-Saharan Africa in 2001, the Republic of Korea has been one of the major regular contributors to IMO's capacity building activities, both financially and in kind, including financial donations, providing fellowships, making available of consultants and expertise, hosting activities, implementing projects, as well as participation in a wide range of TC activities. The Voyage Together Trust Fund, under the Memorandum of Understanding between IMO and the Republic of Korea, on Republic of Korea's contribution to the delivery strategy and reform also renders significant support to IMO's technical cooperation work. On behalf of the recipient countries and the IMO's technical cooperation team, I want to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the government of Republic of Korea and the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries in particular. Well, you are all aware that IMO's mission is to promote safe, secure, environmentally sound, efficient, and sustainable shipping through the adoption of the highest practicable standards of maritime safety and security, efficiency of navigation, and the prevention and the control of pollution from ships, as well as through consideration of related legal matters and the effective implementation of IMO's instruments. The responsibility of implementing these standards lies with the state parties to the various IMO conventions. When the government accepts an IMO convention, it agrees to implement and enforce its provisions through appropriate national legislation and to provide necessary implementation and enforcement infrastructure. However, not all governments are at the same footing in terms of their ability to fulfill their obligations under the relevant IMO conventions, many of which are very technical in nature due to lack of knowledge and awareness, human resource, the legal policy, and institutional capacity. It is generally understood that the accomplishment of IMO's mission is a two-step process: rulemaking and implementation. I would say that's not enough. To most member states, there is always another important process involved: the capacity building. The capacity building process supports both rulemaking and implementation. It is essential for a member state to fulfill its obligations of the international instruments to which they are parties, while at the same time, this capacity also provides them with the ability of effectively participating in the process of rulemaking in IMO. IMO realized the importance of technical cooperation since the very beginning. In 1959, less than 1 year after the entry into force of the IMO Convention, the organization had started its efforts in technical cooperation. Under the policy directions provided by the Technical Cooperation Committee, IMO's technical assistant work has evolved through the years. Currently, IMO technical assistant work is driven by the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, ITCP in short, which provides a policy framework for the preparation, design, and the implementation of IMO's technical cooperation. The biennial ITCP is a planning document containing global and regional programs prepared based on the program building directives approved by IMO's Technical Cooperation Committee and in accordance with the thematic priorities approved by other IMO committees. By carefully matching the needs of recipient countries with the resource available from the donors, it responds to the request for technical assistance from IMO member states, follow us up on the recommendations of previously implemented activities, and raises awareness on developments within IMO's remit of work. TC activities under ITCP are conceived and developed through partnerships between recipient countries, resource providers, and the organization based on three complementary factors. The first factor is the assessed needs of developing states with their full ownership and direction on the assistance process. The second factor is the interest of resource providers in supporting sustainable maritime development. The third factor is the promotion of uniform implementation and enforcement of IMO's rules and standards. IMO's technical cooperation activity is the collective efforts of all stakeholders in the maritime domain, coordinated by the Secretariat, member states, intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, and the maritime industry have all participated in and contribute to the delivery of IMO's technical cooperation work. The planning and the delivery of these activities is achieved through partnership for progress between the beneficiary countries, resource providers, and IMO, which is essentially a constructive partnership and dialogue between the concerned parties to ensure that their objectives and wishes are taken into account in the implementation of the respective activities. IMO Secretariat also provide a program implementation function where regional outreach mechanisms are not present, and when the activities have a global nature that applies to developing regions. Furthermore, the Secretariat has put in place systems to ensure program monitoring, evaluation, and impact assessment. In this manner, IMO's technical assistance activities can be adjusted to meet new challenges, and the lessons learned can then be assimilated for the future. Unlike the regulatory work of IMO, which is funded through membership, contribution, and the regular budget, primarily financed through the assessed contribution of member states, IMO's technical assistance activities have traditionally been funded or partially funded through extra regular budgetary resources and external resources contributed to a technical cooperation fund known as the TC Fund, established in 1985 by the Assembly. Starting from 1997, IMO has been transferring the surplus from its printing fund and then later called trading fund to the TC Fund. Today, the ITCP is primarily funded from the trading fund surplus, bilateral donor agreements, major project donors, one-off cash donations, and multi-donor trust funds targeted to support the specific technical cooperation programs such as energy efficiency, maritime security, search and rescue, and combating piracy. The newly established Department of Partnerships and Projects under the vision and leadership of Ki-Tak Lim now serves as the gateway for developing partnership opportunities with a wide range of external partners. It's supporting IMO's long-term capacity building strategy through resource mobilization and partnerships, and facilitating the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals for all member states, in particular developing countries. Through the establishment of its two global maritime training institutions, namely the World Maritime University and the International Maritime Law Institute. IMO has also offered the possibility to developing as well as developed countries to benefit from specialized high-level maritime education and training, thus ensuring a constant inflow of highly trained personnel for the maritime industry. The establishment of these two global maritime training institutions is one of the greatest achievements of IMO in the field of technical cooperation by bridging the gap between developed and developing countries through a spirit of solidarity and cooperation among them. Today, although IMO is still intensively engaged in rulemaking, in particular regarding GHG emission from ships to tackle climate change, fighting marine litter and plastic pollution, and the industry's transformation to automation and digitalization, etc., it is generally felt that IMO has reached a peak in the development of core international standards, and there is a need to move the emphasis to effective implementation. To enhance capacity building of developing countries through technical cooperation should become one of the top priorities and the focuses of IMO's work in the long run for IMO to remain relevant. Put IMO in a bigger setting as a special agency of the UN responsible for international shipping. IMO's work is an important enabler for a substantial number of SDGs. IMO needs to be fully committed in helping member states to achieve the 2030 Agenda and the associated SDGs. IMO's strategic plan for 2018 to 2023 reiterates IMO's commitment to develop and execute projects to provide targeted capacity building and technical cooperation that fosters, promotes, and supports implementation efforts of developing countries, in particular Cs and LDCs. The implementation of IMO's existing regulations and the strengthening capacity building are the two key points of the Secretary General's Voyage Together manifesto. He has been in many occasions requested us to develop an ambitious long-term TC strategy on the review and the reform of IMO's technical cooperation, with a view to highlighting the TC component of Secretariat's work. Learning from the experience of other UN agencies significantly improve the scope of TC delivery and the outreaching influence of IMO's TC activities. To set a new path for the future of technical cooperation, last year, the Assembly adopted Resolution A1166 on the long-term TC strategy, the capacity building decade 2021 to 2030, with a view to strengthen IMO's TC in supporting the maritime aspects of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its SDGs. The capacity building decade aims at 6 interrelated goals to set long-term vision and mid-term target for IMO's TC development, to keep IMO's relevance to meet expectations of member states, to ensure IMO deliver as one, to create a platform for effective and coherent TC delivery, to enhance visibility and outreaching of IMO to international community and the Secretariat to member states, and to attract stakeholders' attention for sustainable resource mobilization. The strategy takes the form of an IMOTC campaign, sets a 10-year horizon corresponding to the target year of the 2030 agenda. It also highlights IMO's determination and commitment to enhance its technical cooperation efforts. To translate this vision into reality, IMO will strengthen the Secretariat's strategic and policy functions of TC planning, reform, and streamline its internal organization for delivery of technical assistance with a view to provide targeted service to member states and ensure IMO deliver as one. IMO will support member states in maritime development, especially policy and strategy development, enhance national interagency cooperation, raise maritime profile in national development policy, promoting whole-of-government approach for a safe, secure, and environmental responsible maritime industry. IMO will provide legal drafting support to national maritime authorities, maritime governance institutions, and other concerned government agencies, paying special attention to the specific economic development stage and the geographical characteristics. IMO will also assist member states to improve the capacity of national maritime institutions based on the need assessment and priority identification, jointly develop tailor-made programs and projects on policy setting and technology transfers, training and development. IMO will develop new partnerships while enhance traditional ones, encouraging cooperation among developing countries in sharing lessons learned and technical know-how, mobilizing resources of any kind to support the TC function, including to support longer-term project-based interventions. IMO will also support national maritime strategies within the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, promote communication and awareness related to IMO regulations, reignite existing regional maritime development-focused initiatives in cooperation with other UN agencies and regional economic communities. IMO will enhance regional presence office scheme, adjust the functions and the responsibilities of them to include strategic level interventions such as visibility campaign and advocacy, closer engagement with national maritime administrations, engagement with other UN agencies, IGOs and NGOs, etc. IMO will strengthen global maritime training and development network, align the strategies of WMU and IMLI to contribute to IMO's goals and priorities, further enhancement of regional and local capacity while building upon the long-standing partnership and working arrangements, build the training and education partnership with maritime universities and wider training institutions globally, enhance the existing capacities of national maritime training institutions through train-the-trainer projects, development of new courses, and updating teaching and training curricula and exchange of faculties guided and supported by IMO. To fulfill the above commitment, strong support from member states is the key. We are so grateful that with Republic of Korea taking the lead, many member states are joining force to provide and promote IMO's technical cooperation. We are confident that the vision and the goals of capacity building decade 2021 to 2030 will be achieved through our determination and concerted efforts. Now it's come to the end of my presentation. I will be very happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for laying out the IMO's special trust fund and how it's being used and is going to be used in the future. Let's give Mr. Zhang another big round of applause. And now let me introduce our next presentation, which will be by Tae-hyung Ryu, Director of Permanent Mission to the IMO, and he'll talk about significance of Korea IMO Technical Cooperation Project. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다. 지금
Nice to meet you all. I am working in the Korean Embassy to the UK and in the IMO. My name is Tae-hyung Ryu. I am the Korean representative to IMO. I am very glad to meet with you to introduce the future direction of Korea IMO technical cooperation. I am the last speaker, and I know that we are behind the schedule. So I know that the previous two speakers were requested to shorten their presentation time, and I am the last speaker. So I would try to finish my presentation earlier. So although my presentation will be short, but I want to give you the very strong impression and impact. So I'd like to start my presentation immediately. As you see on the slide, Korea and IMO have cooperated with each other through this timeline. In 1961, Korea joined the IMO convention. This year, it marks the 60th anniversary of Korea's joining of IMO membership. Along with economic development, in 1992, Korea was elected as a member of IMO Council. And in 2002, Korea was elected as a member of IMO Category 1A Council. And we signed the MOU for technical cooperation with IMO. Last year, we marked the 30th anniversary of our joining of IMO membership, and we created the Korea Representation Office in IMO. All thanks to the Secretary General of IMO and the ministers and vice ministers of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. Let's have a look at the current status of our technical cooperation. Since 2003, when we signed the technical cooperation MOU with IMO, we have provided this fund that you see on the slide as the funding for technical cooperation with IMO, and we have been conducting projects over about 145 projects. We proceeded with the project the most in Asian region. In terms of sector, there are 39 projects in maritime safety, 28 projects for environmental protection, and the others include fellowship projects and training and education projects. We started the technical cooperation project from 2004. At that time, we conducted 4 projects: WMU Fellowship Project, seminar and workshop on safe packing of cargo transport units, and so on. We continued our technical cooperation, and this year we are proceeding with a total of 9 projects, including WMU Fellowship Project. In 2016, we had such a meaningful time. The Korean person, Mr. Ki-taek Lim, was elected as the Secretary General of IMO. And we signed the special MOU with IMO for the financing support as well. And through these efforts, we are contributing to enhancing the status of IMO, and we're also pursuing shared growth with all member states. IMO is using this fund to enhance the Secretariat's activities and pursue shared growth with the member countries. This year, we started the eco-friendly future fuel project. The staff of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries was officially hired as a personnel at IMO for this project. This project consists of 4 stages. Through this project, we will be able to enhance economicality and efficiency of future fuels, including biogas, hydrogen, and ammonia. And the project also aims to advance commercialization of those fuel technologies. We will give strong support for this project. Next is main technical cooperation project done by Korea and IMO. The first one is fellowship program. As you know, Korea has conducted the WMU fellowship program since 2004. We have also conducted fellowship program since 2017 for the graduate schools of maritime universities. We supported 59 students of WMU from 34 countries. Although it's difficult to enjoy the short-term effect in a short period of time, we have the mid to long-term vision for the fellowship program. We believe that this project will contribute to the growth of developing countries. Next is Global Onboard Training Program. In 2017, in the Asia Pacific, in the APEC meeting, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam requested that Korea proceed with the onboard training program. Due to COVID-19, we were not able to proceed with the project at a full swing, but last year we finally conducted this project. And students or the marine engineers need to receive this kind of onboard training for a specific period of time. And Korea has excellent infrastructure for onboard training of mariners and marine engineers. Through this project, we are contributing to enhancing maritime safety and enhancing and addressing the global shortage of seafarers. And this year, in the Korean Institute of Maritime and Fishery Technology, such an onboard training is planned and scheduled. GHG Smart program is to help the low developing countries, and small island countries to enhance their capacity in greenhouse gas emission reduction. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries made great contribution to planning this project. And finally, we signed MOU with IMO for this program. And in January this year, we conducted online education for 26 people from about 4 countries. And soon there will, and also they received on-site training and education in Busan this year. We will continue to carry out this GHG Smart program so that small island countries and developing countries can be better prepared to respond to the situation. And e-navigation capacity building workshop was conducted. With decarbonization trend, e-navigation is an important topic, and digitalization is accelerating, and e-navigation plays an important role as a facilitator of digitalization in the sector. We have Korean e-navigation service where LTE communication is available up to 100 kilometers from the coastal lines. We also provide customized maritime safety information service 24/7. In order to globalize this e-navigation service, Korea is working with IALA so that we can enhance the capacity of Asia Pacific countries, the developing countries. In December, we will select 40 trainees from 24 countries and have a workshop in Korea. This is all for what we have been doing and cooperating with IMO in the technical sector. I gave you a very brief explanation. Capacity building workshop for developing countries takes up a large proportion in the technical cooperation between Korea and IMO. But I think that we should focus more on GHG Smart Program or Global Onboard Training Program, which are mid to long-term projects. So we could pay more attention to mid to long-term projects from now on. And in order to address major issues like decarbonization and digitalization challenges, we could make further contribution. And our technical cooperation project aim to transfer invisible knowledge and technical skills to developing countries. This is not an easy task, but we hope that our technical cooperation and support projects for developing countries will be actually reflected in the policy making process of the developing countries. Lastly, I think we should establish a system in the mid to long term. We need to expand the technical cooperation projects with IMO. For this, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries need to establish a team or department dedicated to enhancing the cooperation, technical cooperation with IMO. So we need to be able to achieve the goals of technical cooperation project with IMO. Ultimately, World Maritime University, where the host country is Sweden. There's also a University of International Maritime Law. We could think about hosting a new organization or institution under the IMO. This is a long-term vision that I would like to propose. For example, we could increase our contribution to GHG Smart program or global onboard training programs. So we looked back on the 20 years of cooperation with IMO and I proposed the future vision and direction we need to pursue.
Due to time constraints, despite your thorough presentations. It was short but impactful. I think you deserve a big round of applause. Let's give another big hand. And that wraps up our special session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have neared the end of our 3-day event, the 2022 Korea Maritime Week closing ceremony will now begin. And I would like to thank you all for participating until this very last moment. Now, this year's Korea Maritime Week was held from September 21st until the 23rd with 4 sessions and 1 special session that we just saw. And the event is now closing off with success thanks to your participation and your interest. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see here on the screen the past 3 days in progress. So let's take a look at this clip. The 3 past days really seemed to move in the blink of an eye, and maybe it was because it was the first time in around 3 years that we got together in person in this size. I hope you all really had a great moment, as you can see in the pictures here. And the Korea Maritime Week will continue every year, so we ask for your endless interest and support. So let's take more moments to watch the memories of the past days here in Busan at the 2022 Korea Maritime Week. Maybe you can recognize your own faces on the screen as well. We have the special lunches and dinner receptions, as well as all the sessions we had on day 1, day 2, and day 3. I hope that you are going home with a lot of fruitful discussions and also maybe a lot of networking done throughout the 3 days. As you also can see here. All right. Again, thank you very much for your participation throughout the 3 days here at the 2022 Korea Maritime Week. And we also have prepared an interview clip where we can also see how the participants felt about this experience. So let's take a look at this together.
안녕하세요. 한국해양대학교 김영규 학생입니다. 우선 이렇게 뜻깊은 자리에 참석할 수 있게 되어 영광입니다. 친환경 선박이라는 주제가 앞으로의 과제라는 말을 많이 듣곤 했는데 이번 포럼을 통해 구체적으로 무엇을 고민해야 될지에 대한 방향성을 잡을 수 있게 되었습니다. 졸업 후 승선을 하면 단순 업무뿐만이 아니라 국제해사 분야의 과제에 대해서도 깊이 고찰하는 일원이 되도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hi, I am Richmond Basant. I am Maritime Administrator at the Maritime Services Division in the Ministry of Roads and Transport, Trinidad and Tobago. I am very privileged and honored to be a part of the Korea Maritime Week International Green Shipping Forum and Maritime High-Level Discussion. It was indeed very beneficial for me to be here today because coming from a small island developing state from the Caribbean region, I gained a better understanding of not only Korea's work, but on the international forum, what are the measures being taken to pursue maritime decarbonization and green shipping?
Hello, my name is Georgie Gurbam. I'm the head of projects in the IMO Secretariat, and I feel very privileged and happy to be here in wonderful Busan. I've been hosted by some very nice colleagues. Thank you very much for inviting the participants and us to the Korea Maritime Week. I think they benefited from it a lot. They've learned a lot from it, and I was especially happy to see that the training we provided them and what the speakers were talking about here were very much in synchron. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I am very pleased with the opportunity to have participated in such an exciting forum, where I would have benefited from seeing a lot of the research and development that is occurring in Korea, and also getting a better understanding of the challenges with maritime decarbonization and the different approaches at the international level and within this country in particular, lessons which I believe I can take back to my country in Jamaica and provide advice as to the best way forward in order to achieve the same objective. So I believe this has been an exciting opportunity and I'm very happy to have participated.
안녕하세요. 저는 회사인공지능보안학부 류경탁 학생입니다. 오늘 친환경 선박 국제 포럼을 통해 바이오 파울링과 선박 평행선을 통해서 들어온 수상 외래 침입종이 우리 수생 생태계를 파괴한다는 것을 배우게 되었고, BWMS와 IWC를 통해 이러한 문제점을 해결할 수 있다는 것을 배우게 되었습니다.
Hi, my name is Sanjam Sahi Gupta. I'm director of Sitara Shipping Limited. I'm here for Mumbai, India. It's a pleasure to be here for the first time in Busan, Korea for the Korea Maritime Week. I found the discussions extremely informative and I'm very happy to be here.
Those happy that for our participants, the event was beneficial and satisfactory. And now, ladies and gentlemen, next we have a special video by the Secretary General of IMO. So let's take a look at this clip.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an immense pleasure to participate in Korea Maritime Week. I would first like to congratulate the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for once again organizing this important event to celebrate the maritime sector, allowing us to come together to discuss current challenges and opportunities that face this industry. Amid the increased global awareness of the maritime sector's importance, specifically of shipping and seafarers for global trade and supply chains, the Korea Maritime Week addressed the key policy areas of the maritime sector. The global economy and the shipping industry are rapidly transforming as we embrace environmental sustainability, decarbonization, and digitalization. Alongside these global trends, collaboration, cooperation, and communication of all relevant maritime stakeholders will be critical as we constantly enhance and strengthen IMO's regulatory framework. The need to combat climate change and respond to it at a global level will continue to be a major topic of our current agenda. As we heard this week, the maritime sector has been working hard to achieve its common goals by making progress toward the adoption of an upgraded IMO greenhouse gas strategy in 2023, as well as holding discussions about the potential market-based measures to incentivize research and development and uptake of alternative fuels. We also saw this week how the shipping industry is embracing the era of digital transformation. Digitalization, e-navigation, maritime autonomous service ships, and smart ports will be facilitated by these new technologies, so shipping, port, and logistic industry must work together to reap their benefits. We must all work together to ensure that the transition the maritime sector is going through is just and equitable for those who work within it, leaving no one behind. Cooperation among all stakeholders and the states, academia, and industry will be essential to achieve our common ambitious goals. I'd like to reiterate my deepest appreciation to the government of the Republic of Korea for its invaluable contribution to IMO's work and the very generous support to IMO's many technical cooperation and capacity building projects. The Republic of Korea's support of the maritime sector was evident at this Korea Maritime Week, which has provided invaluable opportunities to exchange ideas and hold in-depth discussions about current global trends and the maritime community's ambitious goals. My wholehearted congratulations on this successful event. Thank you.
The Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, who of course was with us here on the first day and also the opening ceremony, and now sent us this wholehearted and meaningful message. All right, let's give him another big round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have Vice Ministers Han Geun-sung from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for the closing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him on the stage with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the guests to attend the Korea Maritime Week and to everyone who participated actively in the presentation and discussion of each session. During the past 3 days, we held 4 sessions with the title of Response to Climate Change in Maritime Sector, Green Shipping Forum, Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship, and Maritime Digital, on the theme of challenges and tasks in the international maritime sector in the new normal era. Through the session, we shared a meaningful time listening to the valuable experiences and opinion of experts in different fields, becoming aware of the challenges at hand and delivering on the development plans. In addition, we were able to share specialized insight on eco-friendly decarbonization, policy directions, and future vision with high-level officials in the maritime sector, including the Secretary General of IMO, and to remind ourselves of the need for global cooperation to solve these problems. Distinguished guests, the valuable knowledge and experience we gained during this week will serve as a driving force for the continued growth and competitiveness of the maritime sector, even in this era of the new normal. I am confident that the result achieved during this session will provide a valuable foundation for the preparation of global countermeasures in the future. We will submit the information document to the relevant committee of the International Maritime Organization so that we may be shared with all the member countries. I would like to ask for your continued interest in and support for Korea Maritime Weeks. Thank you all once again for participating and for sharing your valuable experience and insight. I now bring this year's gathering to the end and sincerely hope to see everyone once again at 2023 Korean Maritime Week. I wish all of you good health and good fortune. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those closing remarks, which really highlighted the past 3 days. Let's give Vice Minister Sang Keun-sung another huge round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the 2022 Korea Maritime Week. I would like to thank everyone again for your participations, and also, why don't we give each other a big round of applause to end this occasion. Thank you very much. And this has been your MC 소아권. 네, 지금까지 사회 권소아였습니다. 여러분 감사합니다.